What's up YouTube, Mr. Llama RPG here, and today we're going to be playing Through Hell on a Sorceress, and this is going to be a unique and sets only. Gems and runes allowed, mercenary allowed, but otherwise uniques and sets only, and the only thing I get to start with in this game is a gold dagger to get us a little bit of that magic find boost, so we can get that start towards magic find, so we can then find a few more uniques and sets along the way. Hopefully find some cool things. I imagine we're not going to find a ton of great stuff here, but you know, hopefully we get at least a little bit to help us out. So, gold dagger run.
Good day.
We'll take our gold dagger, acquired level 4. And let's start. Oh, my live split is not turned on. There we go. There we go. I guess this is not a unique or set, so. Punch source it is, baby. I gotta say, there's something about. Yeah, of course, now it's a perfect top left exit. Exactly. Punch source it is. I should probably... Oh, I'm already on player 7, it seems. I thought I restarted my game in between. I guess not. You cannot punch unless wearing unique sets or gloves? Oh no. Is there a difference between player 7 and players 8? There is. So players 7 and players 8, I guess technically players 8 will be what I really want here for the stuff. Players 8 is a little bit harder, but a little bit more experience. Players 7 and players 5 and players 3, okay, I didn't equip it though. Honestly, having a couple random whites to fill some slots may be the best way to go about it, just so I can't. I mean, it's just going to naturally happen. I'll try and take them off as much as I can. That is where item drops increase, so. I should almost wear, like, damaged leather gloves, so then they'll break, and then I'll just have broken gloves on, but. Not hardcore, no. I just love that I can walk out with a sorceress and punch stuff to death. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a boomer. Aw, man. Can't use stabs. That's right. So tempting. There's gonna be so many items we're gonna find that are gonna be amazing, and we're just gonna have to cry ourselves to sleep. I know I'm gonna find a 10 FCR ring with like tri-res, quad-res, plus to life or something, and I'm just gonna be so sad.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello, Toko. Thank you for 3 months. Okay. Gonna have a lot of gold as well, huh? I'm doing well, Abaddon. How are you? Plus to, yeah, I'm gonna find like +3 cold skills. Amulet or something. 20 FCR to all skills. Wait, what? No, I can't use a belt unless I find a unique or set belt. Oh my god. Also, I need to go to players 1 down here. This is gonna be annoying. Oh man, Sorceress belt, please come to me soon. That's all I can say. please. This is a horrible, horrible spawn that occurred with the player's 8. Alright, here we go. Gold dagger it is. 100 magic find. Do your worst, baby. Is this gonna be all the way to hell? It is. That it is. Oh. Man, no belt. No, that's the one thing we get to start with. Is gold dagger. That way we have a little magic find, so then we can hopefully get some more magic find. Watch me get Talzami. I mean, it'd be nice, but we ain't gonna be able to use it, so I'd also cry. I ain't saying it's a gold dagger. No, it's hardcore. This would be rough on hardcore. Basically a naked sorceress.
Impossible.
Though I do have a gold dagger apparently on hardcore that I found on a casual run, so...
I need mana.
Alright, let's find Pelta Lunata as well. That'd be a good, that'd be a good early find.
I can't.
Watch us just find gold dagger. That'd be pretty funny.
I need mana.
Farm Saigon's belt? I mean, I would love Saigon's belt later on. Alright. Peasant crown would be great. No FCR is gonna suck too. Yeah, I mean, finding like Q Hagens or something would be really nice. No FCR is gonna be super rough. Only uniques and sets. So we need to start dropping them. Come on, baby. Literally a perfect top left map with a bottom right Cold Plains exit. I mean, just insane. On the first try. MF runs on Bishibosh? I mean, it's not the worst idea, honestly.
Impossible.
Pretty much Verdia. That happens a lot. Come on, where's our first set unique?
I have enough mana.
I know you're out there. What do you think, chat? First set or unique item that'll drop? I think Arctic Furs is a pretty good candidate. Okay, there's a bow is or ranger somewhere that apparently we gotta. Hussar's boots. Wow, we got rare quilted armor right there. Almost got it. Almost called it right off the bat. One off.
I can't.
Maybe I should have got 1 point Frost Nova just with how this is gonna feel a little bit. Man, no FCR from rings and stuff sucks. I want to kill Rakanishu for the MF, but I also don't want to kill Rakanishu because it's going to be really hard. Never mind, we got him. We're a high enough level, I guess. Dang it. I was hoping he would have been the drop. Okay, so sets and uniques means we can use set and unique items that drop, right? Kalim's flail and Tal's or Project Ami, whatever the Ami's called. Can use the Jid bin. We'll take whatever we can get, man.
Not enough mana.
Ugh, passing up white short stabs hurts so much. Do rune words count as unique? They do not. Why can I use the dagger? It's unique. But also because if you start with 0 MF, your chances of getting set and unique items is much lower. So by starting with a little bit of unique here and magic find, it gives us some more opportunity to get more sets and uniques along the way. Otherwise, probably it would literally just be a naked run, really. Gold Dagger was started with as the only start piece. Come on, man. I have 100 magic find. 100. Show me them sets and uniques, baby. Exactly. Makes for better content.
Not enough mana.
Perfect. Early Diablo is obsessed with drawbacks. What do you mean by that? Obsessed with drawbacks? Like not just giving you everything? Making the game hard and stuff? Oh, like having -5 to mana? Yeah, I mean everything wasn't just perfectly easy, simple boost, you know. A lot of times you would have minor inconveniences from things. They didn't go too crazy. Diablo 1 they did, right? It was a lot more of like the negatives could kill you and stuff in town. Yeah, Diablo 1 was really brutal with it. Still nothing. That could have been our Peltalunata. Yeah, if you had a low life, they would just kill you on equip. I know the runes don't matter, but I want the experience down here, so that's why we're here. Been playing D4, but gotten a bit bored of it now. Yeah, I mean, I think it, especially in its current state, I mean, I think the game came out a little bit early,
Not enough mana.
personally. It feels a little unfinished. It feels like there's a lot to be added. And they're going to add stuff with seasons and things like that, but...
Good day.
But yeah, it just feels like there's some unfinished pieces where you're like, cool. Just give me something, you know, like the end game. Give me something further to work towards. This patch is a step in the right direction. I mean, to me, it's like people are like praising this patch and stuff, but I think there's two. And again, I've already talked about it. I think there's really two big issues for me. Number one, it's just like straight buffs of small damage to everything across the board, which isn't a very interesting like improvement or fix or anything like that. It's just literally every skill that's not really being used for the most part is just a bunch more damage. But the bigger thing, and I've gotten hate for this, but there are plenty of people that agree with me on this as well. Other content creators, other people who are 10 out of 10 Diablo 4 people who agree with me on this. And I'm not naming names, I'm not calling anybody out. But I do think the teleport to dungeon really is a mistake.
Damn gold drop now, MR Llama Chipotle.
Thanks, Iron. Because it's like, we don't need Diablo 3.
I can't carry anymore.
And this is just making the game Diablo 3. Yeah, it just begs the question, why is there an open world that you guys... Like, so much of everything they've sold us on Diablo 4 is about the whole open world. And now the game is within 2 weeks... And this is something that like we discussed with them through closed betas and everything about the annoyance, and they were like, no, like this game is open world and you need to run through the open world and all of this. And then within 2 weeks they've walked it back, and now we are, like I said, pushing more towards Diablo 3, where the idea is, hey, you just sit in town and then run your dungeons and you don't actually go into the world at all. So, you know, I understand from an efficiency standpoint, from an annoyance standpoint, why? Because, yeah, it was annoying how it was in its current setup. But I think overall, it's pushing the game way too much like Diablo 3. And just like people say, we don't want this game to be Diablo 2 again, which I agree, I don't want them to make Diablo 2 again. I don't want them to remake Diablo 3 again. You know, like, I really want this game to be its own game. They already remade Diablo 2. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. We're playing it right now. So, you know, for the people who love Diablo 3 and all of this, I think they will also agree, don't just give me Diablo 3 again, like, make a new game. So I was a little sad to see that. Because I do think it is overall like an efficient change, but it is not actually great in the long run. And will push the game more towards just becoming, again, like D3, sit in town and run Greater Rift, sit in town and run your dungeons. Would I do anything different? I would completely shift out and away from the way that Helltides currently exist. Or not Helltide. Helltide is fun. Nightmare dungeons currently exist. Number one, objectives in dungeon. How many times, every time you walk into a dungeon, what is your first thought? My first thought every time I step into a dungeon is, what crap do I have to deal with this time? Literally my first thought. What garbage mechanic do I have to work through this time? That's my first thought. That's not a fun first thought. And I'm sorry. I'm not just 10 FCR. I'm not just trying to complain or anything like that. But I think that right there is a huge like first piece that I just don't like a lot. But I would adjust Nightmare Dungeons to be more like killing things. And then I would probably require you to still run through the world to them, but make them different. I wouldn't just make it a thing that you just find and then you right click it and it tells you where to go and then you run to that one. I would make it more something that we're more just running around the world anyways and kind of maybe stumbling upon these nightmare dungeons, or, you know, they are something like Helltide where they're rotating around and then you're kind of like creating this path that you want to go to get there. But I think overall, making the whole world more interactive would be better for me. Right? Like the Helltide is actually really cool. I actually really like the Helltide events. I think it's a really fun idea. But that's like it. And it's not even all the time. You know? So it's like, make me want to really go through the whole world. You know? That, for me, would be a big improvement. Additionally, and, you know, I feel slightly bad saying this one, but I really feel like the open world that's created is not great and needs a lot of improvement. Every act feels very the same to me. There are definitely some beautiful areas in the game. Hey, Rixod's Keen, our first unique, unusable. But like, the difference between every act, all the pathways are the same curvy route. It's like they took every map and it's just the open world is the same. You know? I feel like Diablo 2, Diablo like 3, like all of the other Diablos and so many other games, there's so much more variety really within the open world or within their worlds and different acts. But here, I'm not getting much difference between the acts. Yeah, they'll look a little different here and there, but I'm saying like from a where the walls are, what the layout is, you know. I expect a desert to just be wide open and, you know, having this, not just a bunch of the same pathways all around the dungeon or the desert, you know, all these. Yeah, and there's just a lot of like filler a little bit there as well for me, where I just am like, Earth Body, come on, buddy. You know where we're at on this. We've had this talk. I appreciate that you are excited about your beliefs. Oh boy. I don't really want to fight that.
Hey Llama, you have
Hello.
incredible patience. Every time I watch it feels like the same questions. Do you ever get tired of them?
I can't.
So you're asking if I ever get tired of answering the same question again and again? Thank you, Pastor. Icky Art with 5 gifted subs. Mwah, thank you so much.
I can't.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think the open world, the biggest thing I can really think of when I think of like open world is World of Warcraft, right? And I know when I played through World of Warcraft, I was actually really blown away. And I didn't play through it back when it came out. I mean, pretty recently. When Classic came back is when I really kind of played through and looked at the areas. And I was really intrigued and into the look of like the world, you know, and how like the world shifted as you went around and all the different zones and how they were. And the first time I stepped into the whatever the dwarf zone big place is. Iron Forge. I was gonna say Iron Maiden, but that's Diablo 2. Right. When I stepped into Iron Forge and like all sorts of stuff, I was just like, you know, blown away. It was amazing. Dun Moreau and whatever. So like, that's what I was slightly hoping the Diablo 4 world was going to be like more. And I felt like we didn't really get that world. You know, I feel like... hold on. Let's go like this. And it's hard to make an impressive world in a top-down view, but I feel like Diablo 2's made a decently impressive world in a top-down view. Now, of course, I love Diablo 2. But I was really hoping that's what we were going to see, was World of Warcraft world from a top-down view. I'm immersed. I'm, you know, in awe walking into Iron Forge and looking around. And there were a couple places in Diablo 4 that I thought were really beautiful. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the game had nowhere. I think, like, the Tree of Whispers looks amazing in that game. Straight up. I'm just saying, the overall world to me was lacking for a game that was so focused on being open world and has so much of the game built around the fact that it is open world, you know? So, and then for them to make that dungeon change, it's like, well, wait a second. Now you guys are like completely abandoning the open world. After 2 weeks. Esma, thank you. Hey, our second unique, and it is usable by an Act 2 mercenary. Let's go, baby.
I can't.
Yo, Icky Art. What in the world? With 5 gifted subs and a 40 bomb.
Thank you for the hard work and fun times. I have been watching for what feels like forever.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. What do you mean abandoning? I don't feel like... So, I feel like, and it's probably because I'm very high level now, that all I do is nightmare dungeons. It's just level my glyphs. I mean, I'm level 100, but even if I'm like 90 plus, thank you, Asma. It's just like, the only time I go into the open world is to go to a Helltide. That's it.
I can't.
Otherwise, once you've done all the renown, you've done all the stuff, there's no reason to ever be back in the world again. And I wish that there was a lot more reasons to be back in the world. I wish there was more events like Helltide, more things that were just the world is constantly shifting and moving and you're going out there and running through it and it's interesting to run through and etc. Let's go ahead and kill her on players 3, by the way.
Impossible.
Why did I not write guides for Diablo 4?
42 months.
I made
I'm
my...
82% done with my single player Grail, and I'm having more fun with D2 than ever.
Nice.
Just did my first Ubers, and really enjoying the grind from zero.
Get it. Hope it was fun. What's there to do in D2? Play through the game again. It's a great experience. But you have your terror zones, which definitely bring you around. But the other thing is, literally the game is doing your pit runs, doing your Pindles, doing your Travencles, doing, you know, the whole game really is bringing you back to everywhere because there isn't just an end game dungeon to really farm. Yeah, you can just go do Baal runs if you want to like just do Baal runs, but honestly that's not even the most efficient and is kind of outdated now. And Icky Art with their own sub as well. Thanks, Icky. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying Diablo 2 has the perfect end game and amount of end game. It doesn't. It's a 23-year-old game that kind of has its limits, and that's it. It is just limited in what it ultimately is. However, the items in the game and the playthrough of the game I find to be really fun, to the point where I will continue playing through the game over and over, doing stuff like this. Yeah, people get really mad at me for loving D2 when that's not what we're talking about.
Enjoyed playing through D4, but this is the good stuff. Not perfect, but still the most compelling ARPG I've played.
Yeah, it's not perfect by any means, and again, it's 23 years old. Yeah, they don't have a bunch of full end content. And you know what's amazing is if you do go to play something like Median XL or Project Diablo 2, where they add endgame content into Diablo 2, oh, it feels so good. It's amazing. Like those bringing that stuff in, and you're like, wow, that's so cool. Median's too much for you. Median is a lot. It's borderline its own game, like at that point. But, aw, man, that's annoying. But I think it's just, I loved it. I loved it.
Greetings.
So yeah, I just hope that they will, and the thing is, there's room in Diablo 4 for them to do that. They can bring us back into the world and give us like stuff to do within the world. That's the kind of beauty of it in my eyes, is it's not like it's dead and it's going to be impossible. You know? Like they totally have room to do that. And bring the world back into it more and stuff. Which is why I think that initial change was a little surprising to me and something I didn't like as much, because I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are we now, you know, bringing us further out of the world? Oh yeah, what is it? The Dragon Chang? D4 is a really good base. I think it's a good base and a bad base. I'm split on good bad of the base of the game. I think it is a good base in that it has a lot going for it and there's a lot of room for it to get the content. I think it's a bad base because I really dislike itemization in the game and the current way that the economy exists and oh man, that piece. So I say it's good and bad. Itemization is... There's an economy? What economy? Yeah, there's like no economy. And the level scaling. So I dislike the level scaling and I dislike the itemization. And those are two important pieces for a base to me. However, I do think they have a good base in a lot of other ways. But those really create a lot of the issues that I think we are seeing, or I see. Okay, I should probably just shift into Nova now, honestly. Or do I want to just go straight to cold? Charge bolt into cold. Oh, I don't have Gold Dagger on. Good call. Oh, gosh darn it. You look over at chat for 1 second and you die. You think D4 did a lot of bad things, but level scaling is the best thing they did right? We can just agree to disagree. I mean, yeah, I think some people are going to like level scaling. You know? Like, that's the thing. There's no exactly right answer or wrong answer. A lot of it's just going to be personal preference of it. To me, the idea of I level up and I'm weaker, also level basically just being a cosmetic at this point, is what makes level scaling feel so wrong and bad. I very much dislike how my level is pretty irrelevant in a lot of the game and actually hinders me in some areas and things. You're not using a weapon? I gotta go get my body. He tried his best.
Get some.
Thank you, War Wizard. Path of Exile is so complex that it's overcomplicated itself. Thank you, Ben. It was like so good, and then they just kept doing more and more because they've done a great job with creating really interesting seasons. But every season added another thing, and so much of it got pulled in, and now it's like... So hopefully PoE 2 will help alleviate some of that. Untangle the complexity, yeah. When is the next man versus stream? We'll have to talk to Moo Girl about it. Obviously, I just had a baby recently, and so she's 3 months old now. So, you know, I can't just like completely leave Moo alone. But we can create some, you know, time. And once she gets a little bit older, she's starting to like get into a schedule lately, which is really nice. So that'll be, you know, something that I think will help a lot with it.
I can't.
So maybe we can, you know, in a month or two, get a
Impossible.
Manver stream back running. When she's on solid food, it will mellow your life out. Does that help? Your first character never felt weak after gaining a level? That's impressive.
I can't.
Because honestly, that happened to me like
I can't.
probably at least 10 notable times when I played through the game. Where I leveled up and then I like went to the next area or wasn't still within the same area and I was like,
Impossible.
crap, now I can't kill the things that I was just killing. Hey, Haragic Cube, we can use it. And then especially when I hit like late 80s, early 90s, that's where I really felt like my Sorceress just like completely started to fall off and feel awful until I really started adjusting her gear.
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Gold Dagger is what we got to start with on this run, so.
I can't.
Alright, one more level, we get Teleport, so we'll probably just respec at Teleport.
Impossible.
You're playing the widely regarded weakest class? I mean, but I'm also bringing in notes that a lot of other people have also shared. Like, it's not purely my experience I'm sharing here. There have been a lot of people that have played through on various other characters and said they also felt like they got weaker when they would level up. And it makes sense because the game is built for you to get your power really from upgrading your items, you know.
I can't.
Nice, Icky. Ugh, rare ring. Seasons without leaderboards? Weird decision. I don't fully understand that one. Nice, Heather. Thank you, Doc. $13, 6, and 3. Wow. I feel like I'm like, let's just get all the kids out of the way at once. That way we don't have to, you know. Because, like, having a newborn is tiring, man. So I don't want to do that over, like, 10 years. So I'm like, let's just pump out 5 kids in the next, like, 4 or 5 years. Just be exhausted for 4 to 5 years, and then they'll be out of the newborn phase, and then everything will be easy.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Or however many. That's speed run. I mean, kind of a speed run, but not like a speed run, you know. Why not go for the full 8-man team? 8's too many. The thing is, with 5, you can just get a big Suburban. You put all 5 kids in the back, mommy and daddy up front, and you're good. You've got it all. Plus, that's enough to get player 7, so we get all the drops we need. Once you have to start taking 2 cars, or get a passenger van or something, it's too many. So anyways, Moo Girl's not 100% certain yet about 5, but I figure chat can convince her. Thanks, Obi! Set sub goals for the amount of kids or something, you know. You feel like my decision-making criteria is a little flawed? I'm not sure about that.
Not enough mana.
More than 1 per 2 years is not advisable? Eh.
I need mana.
The streamer lifestyle can support a family of 7? Oh no, Moo Girl works. So. She can support a family of 7. And I get to play games. It's great.
Impossible.
Moo Girl is wonderful. You have 4 kids? Oh my goodness. How is it?
I need mana.
Yeah, honestly, the best thing would be just to have twins. Yeah, I went back to players 8, now we're back down. Or triplets, you know, just kind of like knock them out faster. After the 3rd, they watch after one another.
Cause so much.
Perfect. That was kind of what I was banking on as well. Oh yeah, uniques.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
You have 3 kids, and you'd say the perfect number of kids is 2.3. So which 7/10 of a child do you not like? Alright, just go players 1 through Maggot Lair. I don't want to... Actually, I can go respec. But I block a hole. Dagger is gold dagger. Alright, let's just go to 25 strength because we know we'll need it. 55 energy, rest vitality. Okay. Sure, come on, Israel. Why do people want to have kids? Because they're so amazing. You're like, oh my god, stop crying. And then she giggles at you and you're like, okay. I'll buy you that pony.
I can. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
But hey, not everybody wants kids. I respect that.
Kids are great, and they do get easier. Mine are 12 and 10 now, so it's a lot harder again, but they're also more interesting.
Wait, a lot harder again. I thought you said they get easier.
You're totally doing this on a barbed nest, right?
Oh god.
I can.
Maybe if I could just start with a little more.
I can.
I mean, having kids in this economy, I get it if you don't want to have kids. I get it. So I was like, I'll just find Moo Girl first.
I was 200 bits from the next badge. I'm a sucker for badges.
I'll make sure to remember that for Llama RPG development. Thank you, Titanicant.
Greet when I
Done with D4. For now, we'll see if they're... I'm very curious to see what happens with the seasons. Are we going to get seasons that really integrate us back into the world? Are we going to get seasons that look like Diablo 3? Are we going to get seasons that are watered down Path of Exile seasons? What's it going to look like? This is base D2.
This place actually distorts reality. Fascinating. Impossible.
So that'll be a big tell.
I can.
And again, you know, will they be fixing a lot of stuff that I do believe needs fixing? Especially just because I do feel like there's not just stuff that needs fixing, but there's a lot of things like resistances or gem tab or whatever, and you're like, this is a live service game. Why are these things taking, oh my god, 24% MF, I want to use it so bad. Why are things taking months and months to resolve, you know?
Nothing. The right portion.
Like, add a gem tab. That shouldn't take till season 2. What up, Nanny?
Not enough mana.
It's alright. I think it needs a lot. Lot to be done with it still. Like, there's just certain things that I feel like they could have just and should have just patched in pretty quickly.
I need mana. I can.
Right. It's like
Impossible.
they like nerf dungeons and stuff so quickly. But then to add a gem tab, they're like, give us months. Like, that sort of stuff just isn't making sense to me in a great way. But it does kind of track a little bit with, you know, Blizzard runs on Blizzard time a little bit, right? But the unfortunate thing is, in this modern ARPG world, I don't think Blizzard time is effective anymore. People are just going to say, yo, this game needs work, and they're going to go play something else. And you're going to lose a lot of people by being too slow. And that's my fear. They are just going to be way too slow. Thanks, Builder! Like, I understand that it is something that, you know, can take time and whatnot. But when you release a game with this much stuff that needs to be improved and added and fixed, and then make claims of months and months for it, I think it's just going to be tough. Then why whine about it taking time? Because I think it's going to lose a lot of the player base, and it's just going to be a big issue. And that's why I'm saying, I'm telling them is. Ow. Death at I did not. Because I want Diablo 4 to be fun and successful and everybody to enjoy it, and Jesus. So I'm saying this from a place of wanting the game to be better. That's why I've made all the videos where I've talked about things that they could improve and adjust. And Naked Andariel's hard. Make sure to drink your Ovaltine thawing potions. Oh my god! Such a cursed run.
Diablo
Afraid
have
to.
escaped me. Next.
I knew he'd get a 10 FCR ring with like really good resistance. Fantastic ring for normal. Oh man, sucks to suck.
Good day.
Already starting. Already starting, huh?
Good day.
Oh. This is all we have still. Might almost go and do some like Andariel or Mephisto runs.
Hello.
Straight up. How do I feel about D4 endgame currently in itemization? Yeah, I mean, I think both of those spots need the work.
Not enough mana.
Need the work. But it's all good. Because at this point, we are all just excited and waiting for Llama RPG. And so, you know, it's like, hey, D4 was nice. You got to have a little fun with it. What's the ruling on charms?
Did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, you are able to sub to one streamer every month?
Oh, that's a good point. Charms are blue. No charms it is. Unless we find Jeeds, Annie, or Torch. So need to find an SOJ, sell said SOJ, and then kill Diablo, and then level up. Easy. So yeah, D4 is what we're all playing until Llama RPG, so I've heard. So we're all just sticking around waiting on that. I also heard Llama RPG got some great updates recently. A lot of nice things Yeah, they improved Nova because, I mean, Nova was already good, but they made Nova better by giving it static as a synergy. So it definitely has helped it some.
Impossible. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Yeah, I checked in on Llama RPG recently, and new monsters got added in. Combat is really getting improved and coming along. It's crazy everything that's going on over there.
I need mana.
I heard Naniwa is going to be first level 100.
Yes.
Nova seems nice. Should we roll from fire? I mean, fireball's also really nice.
Impossible.
Runer item shows unique coloring. Runes are orange, not unique. And rune words are, they show as gray. In Classic D2, I don't think so. You have to go check. Well, we don't get rune words, so
Not enough mana.
darn. Where was the first Diablo game made? At Blizzard North. Probably out in California. Still haven't bothered to buy D2R? You're missing out, my friend. I did this with a Hammerden before. With slightly different rules, I believe.
I can't. I need mana.
Will this be on L YouTube? Yes.
Impossible. I need mana.
Ah, so many nice things we have to sell. Has a little jerkiness to it. Will I be gambling in this run? Probably not. I mean, I have a 1 in 1,000 chance on a gamble for a set item and a 1 in 2,000 chance for a unique item, so... Yeah, that'll hurt. Probably better to just go farm like Mephisto or something.
Good day.
Glad we got this waypoint at least. That fire is just going to be brutal, always.
I can't carry anymore.
Souls. You know what we could do? We could do the magic find bug with the souls here and boost our magic find way up. Is that cheating?
Impossible.
I don't know if that's good or bad for this run in a... It's not a bug, it's...
I can't.
It's a feature. I mean, it truly just helps this run get along, you know.
I need mana.
It is in the game intentionally. This is true. Alright, we need to find souls. Okay, here's one. Here's two. There's three. Oh, it's a minion group.
I need mana. Impossible. Impossible.
Where's my fourth soul?
I need mana.
Okay, there's another one. Let's get a drag here. All right. We got our souls. Dance for me, babies. Yes! We did it! Let's go, baby!
Impossible.
Why are they making... Oh, they're doing fives. They're making the pentagram. Okay, there we go. We killed one. 5 makes pentagram, apparently.
Impossible. Impossible.
Okay, there's 2. Where'd the other ones go? 3, 4. There we go. Now I just can't die and we get the magic find. That is true. It only lasts while we have magic find and we can't leave the game, so it's not nearly as good of a boost as we're making it out to be, but
I can.
we'll take it.
I can.
Come on.
I can. I can.
If it gets me even one item, it's worth it. Agreed.
I can.
We're building our magic find up.
Impossible.
Come on. I wonder if because they already did it, it's gonna like take a bit. Where'd that fourth soul go? Where'd the fourth one go? The problem is I'm just gonna die soon because I'm naked, so it's not really gonna be worth that much.
Impossible.
Okay, so that's 2 of the souls. There's the 3rd soul. Where'd the 4th one go?
I can't.
Oh, there we go. Right? Maybe?
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Come on, you guys. Okay, they're almost ready. Feels like they're almost ready, doesn't it?
I can't. I can't. Impossible.
Come on. There we go. Finally. Okay. Finally. Now we get our letters. Alright, first try. Yeah, this really isn't going to help us that much, but worth it. That one dude got out of alignment. Oh my god. One soul just like left. Where are you at, buddy? All right, well. Not the cleanest. All right, let's enjoy our magic find and try not to die.
Impossible.
Players 8 in a nasty flare jungle. I smell death upon us.
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Ow! Lightning enchanted! We'll leave that guy alone and then avoid the fire. God, I hate being slow. Yeah, that was gonna happen. And it's over. Worth it. No hit recovery, no FCR. No chance. Inferno's so good, man. That's right. We'll go get him again.
I need mana.
And no fire resist.
I need mana.
It still worked. It was fun. Great for a hardcore run, right?
I can't carry anymore.
Just not a naked run. Or nearly naked run.
I need mana. Impossible. Not enough mana.
Going through hell. I guess I should split, huh? Alright, we got the Jid bin. Usable.
I need mana.
Ayo, let's go. Second set. Second set. Our second piece. Look at that MF. Crushing it.
Impossible.
Here we go, baby. Now we're cooking. Maybe it's still working. Doubtful. I do have to go all the way up to 45 strength, though, which kind of sucks, but...
I can't.
30 cold res? Yes, please.
Impossible. Not enough mana.
Yes, please. Dagger is gold dagger. It was seeded for the run.
Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Alright. Yeah, drop rate for uniques and sets is super low, so having that helps. Alright. There's definitely a setter unique right here. Come on, baby. Second try. One more. Dang it.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, good. Alright, more strength. Another Nova. More Flare Jungle. Let's go.
I can't.
Ow. Alright, time to find Sorceress's belt. And boots. I just want a belt so badly.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Like, any belt, honestly. Am I all done with D4? For now. We'll see what the season brings and what that looks like and everything. But I don't feel much like continuing this preseason grind of it. I have not read the novels, no. Sets are always 1 in 1,000 from gambling, so gambling for a set will be quite hard. You're telling me there's a chance. I mean, yes, there is a chance. Alright, lower cross. What you got for us, baby?
Greetings.
Thanks, Jess. Okay, at least that's garbage. Oh, that charm was so nice. Yeah, I mean, I would just burn all of my gold trying. Maybe we'll give a couple tries at it later or something, you know. Iratha's cuff.
I need mana.
Ow. Fastest way to get from 20 to 30?
Not enough mana.
First you'll need to do like cows or whatever till you do like here, Ruined Temple until level 25, and then you can do Eldritch.
Impossible.
Okay. Closing in.
Impossible.
20 to 25 really is rough, yeah.
Not enough mana.
Okay.
I need a key.
Playing D2 while watching D2? It's the life. That is the life. Yeah, we did this run with Paladin. We could definitely do it with other classes.
I need mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Something like a barbarian or something would be harder, but. Alright, let's go players 3 on Travancore. Try and get some items out of them. This is always the game we come back to. Yeah, for me it's this or Llama RPG. You know. Which isn't out yet, but I know I'll be coming back to it over and over again. Nice, Janelli. The endless plugs. Hey, man! I'm making a game. Let me plug it. Thanks, Noel. $10 on Steam it'll be, yeah.
May the black book bring a black day to hell.
I know, I'm annoying with it. Wait, I didn't get the potion? Will there be a demo? There will be a demo. I'm hoping that we'll have a demo out end of July. Mods get free copies? Yeah, okay. Mods copies cost twice as much. Alright. Come on. Sets and uniques. Sets and uniques. Ah!
I'm overburdened.
No!
Mana.
Man. Oops. Mods copies are premium? Yeah. Exactly. Rinse and repeat? We definitely might. See how our Mephisto looks and stuff, but oh man, not the greatest setup. Alright, let's check these guys. Yeah, that's actually really annoying.
I need mana.
Lightning enchant, so never mind. Already back on the D2? Yep. It's too good, man. Oof. How did that not kill me? Barely even hurt me. That was weird. Here we go, baby! Let's go! Sets and uniques!
I am overburdened. Mephisto shall no longer darken our souls with hatred.
Steel goad. Technically better than the Dragon Chang.
I'll put that to good use.
Faster run walk boots with magic find and res? Come on, man! Stop doing this to me, you stupid game. Oh my god, it's taunting me. You don't have steel goat on your grail? What? It's like the easiest item to find. Okay, Venom Ward and Eisenhardt's breastplate, but
Not enough mana.
saw that one coming. Oh my god. Okay. Can't even walk through a portal. Oh, phooey.
What do you need?
I don't buy that. I don't believe in that.
Not enough mana.
Give me a belt. I guess technically they gave me a belt. Give me a rare, a set or unique belt. Gotta be more specific. Casting TP from inventory doesn't take any casting animation. So, that's why it's faster.
I can't.
Yeah, it's Gold Dagger. Hi, Baby J, thank you.
Not enough mana.
100 MF. And we're getting robbed by Mephisto here. I wish I got the waypoint level 2 in Act 1, because hey, Bloodfist, Sorceress, Belts, Boot, and Andariel's got a really nice drop pool for us.
Not enough mana.
Light Belt, let's go! We'll take it. Alright, what do I need to upgrade this? What runes and gems do I need to upgrade that? Also, Booyakasha! It's Eth? Doesn't matter. Well, no, it's not Eth. But if it was Eth, it wouldn't matter. Even if it breaks, I still get to use it. Tal, Shale, P Diamond. Alright, we have the Tal. Getting Shale will be hard. Yeah, that was... And we'll have to just work on the perfect diamond. Dang it.
Can't carry anymore. Not enough mana.
The belt is not F. Black belts in this game just look ethereal. Like Arachnid Mesh, it doesn't look like the person's wearing a belt.
I need mana.
Now, we don't need to really do all the farming here, but to me, that makes these runs a little more fun.
Not enough mana.
Darn. It's okay. Getting money so we can gamble, right? Let's look at how much it costs to gamble. Like 5 grand, 10 grand, 5 grand. Pretty expensive. Not till you're much later on, really, Pirate. Too dangerous to really do it kind of along the way, in my opinion.
Not enough mana.
I might go down to players 1. Maybe not. We seem to be doing okay on this player count, and players 3 will yield more items for us, so. Come on! Oh my god. Light gauntlets again? No!
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, it's Arctic Mitts instead. So it technically is a new item, but come on. Better? No. It's 20 to life, but I'd lose 30% cold res, half freeze duration.
Impossible.
So I'd say probably not. I mean, 20 to life is nice, but Razor Switch would be godlike. Yeah, we'll keep them. Because we also have our Arctic, armor, which would be a nice find. 10 all res. Oya ba sapa.
Hail to you, gentlemen.
Okay. Alright, let's go forward a little bit. That's rough, but it's okay.
Not enough mana.
We got a belt. I'm happy.
Not enough mana.
Nightmare Andy be a good farm spot? Oh yeah. Go get a SOJ.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Be nice.
Not enough mana.
Nightmare Andy not only can drop SOJ, it's the best place to get SOJ. I would take like a Nagel ring right now though, get the MF boost up, you know.
Not enough mana.
Forge can't drop shale.
Not enough mana.
Thank you. I'll take anything I can actually wear. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, you can do the Easter egg in normal. But I'm just dying. I'm dying too much to make it worthwhile to do.
I need mana.
I'm naked. Maybe when I get a little bit better gear. Oh, no hit recovery. Hurts, man.
Impossible.
No hit recovery hurts so bad.
Not enough mana.
I mean, I can use runes by socketing them into sets and uniques, so could shove a burr rune into a item to get DR. Peasant's crown with a burr rune or something, maybe, you know.
I can't. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Alright, El Diablo, what do you have for us, baby? This run can be done with a Necro? Sure. Can be done with any class. Another IO staff. SOJ. SOJ.
How's it going, Mr. Llama? Are you guys good?
Thanks, Soph G. Thanks, iBabyJ. Yeah. We're doing great. How about yourself? Aww. I was hoping that I would get the final shot. SOJ! And still good again. SOJ! SOJ! Let's go, baby! Wow, I can't believe we're about to get it, you guys. I can't believe we're about to get SOJ from normal Diablo. That's insane. SOJ! Well, it's got 20 to life. So, you know, that's a thing.
Good afternoon.
No, I didn't get my buddy. I should have.
Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Slightly disappointing, to say the least. Definitely, I would have rather had SOJ first, Nagel second, Manold third. So,
I need mana.
quite sad of what we got, but you know, it's okay. Keep any shield for a P diamond socket? Yes. And if we can get a unique shield or set shield, that would be great. Let's do like a tiny bit of leveling. Oh, we wouldn't get carrying wind down at that level. No, sir.
I am overburdened.
We can do 4 to try and get that P diamond at least. Yeah, we just got lucky pants.
Not enough mana.
That'll help.
Impossible.
Okay. Bro, Wild the Eyeless would be amazing. I want FCR so badly. Alright. $27. Seems good. This is not D4. Can't get one past ya. Chat too big brain for me.
Impossible. Impossible. I need mana. Not enough mana.
We did some D4. It was fun, and then we didn't finish doing the D4.
Follow me. I need mana. I need mana.
I don't know. I feel like after level 100, there wasn't much else to really go do, and I didn't feel like leveling much of another character. I think especially because the characters all play like this melee, ranged, dive in, CC everything, blow everything. Or a lot of them do. Made me feel less incentive to like make a different one. How is this game different for new players? What do you mean different for new players exactly? Like new to D2R, or new as in you haven't played Diablo 2 before at all?
I can't.
Yeah, Mercenary is the same. Set unique only. Ow. Ugh, we're like so close. Getting an okay amount of rares, but the sets and uniques. Think so, miniature. I think this game's pretty straightforward. It's got a lot of depth to it, but overall it is what it is, and there's not simple but deep, you know. But I will say the hardest thing for new players is you'll probably run into just like issues with if you don't build a build in a great way, you'll definitely suffer some there. Anya's gonna be like, here's a plus 220 Sorceress orb. Oh, you can't use it? Oh, okay. How much does this game cost? I think it's 40, but it goes on sale pretty often for 16. So I'd say wait for a sale and then snag it then. Is it on sale right now? Perfect. $13.19 right now? Perfect, go buy it. That's great.
I can't.
Oh boy. Just sitting there with no hit recovery on.
Not enough mana.
Felt so bad.
I need mana. I am overburdened. I need mana.
Alright, let's do some ancients.
The ancients must be close.
Oh hi Mr. Llama Cool.
Hi Wraith.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Easily get $14.19 worth of fun out of this game. Easily. Llama OnlyFans when? Maybe when Llama RPG drops. You'll get secret, sexy behind the scenes Llama RPG action. Why am I back to D2? I really like the game. Dead. Oh! No! Maddock is basically lightning immune. Oh my god. It doesn't happen a lot.
Salutations.
He's got like 98% light res or something crazy. There we go. There we go. That really does not happen too often. Or he rolls that much light res. Yeah, you got like T-Gods on or something nasty. Where's the new season? D2R? We'll be in like 2-3 months probably. Probably 3 months.
Impossible.
Yeah. Probably about 3.
I need mana. I can't.
Static and normal is like cheating? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Really?
Irrational Banana gifted a tier 1 sub to cell_SV.
Thanks, Banana. Nah, Sorceress is hard, honestly. She's very fragile. Sen, thank you as well. I have put Diablo 4 on the back burner to see how seasons are and what sorts of adjustments they make. But things like them not having resistances ready until season 2 makes me question a little bit how much of even season 1 I'll want to play through. We have Manold.
Not enough mana.
Oh my god, he dies to a single little... Resistances currently basically don't work in the game. And they said that they saw this, but they're not going to fix it until season 2 earliest, it seems. Because there's a lot of complication in their formulas of how everything works together. So that was very frustrating to me because I'm like, yo, if resist aren't working, that should be like a priority. and a hot fix, not a we'll fix it in 4.5 months sort of thing. But that's just me. Other people seem to just think that's I'm just complaining about the game when I say that, so I don't know. And that dev cycles take time, and I'm like, I get it. Dev cycles take time, but that is like a really important piece of a game. And why is the formulas and everything for damage and calculation so complex that it's going to take 4.5 months? Which also makes me feel like it may not even be solved in 4.5 months. Because that's like them being like, maybe. We're not sure. There's too much complication. Console regulations are like a couple of weeks or something to get it passed through. Either way, they were able to hotfix other things and patch things in with like nerfing dungeons and all of that. Level 30, nice. You cannot change resistance without rebalancing everything. I mean, you kind of can though, because they're currently unbalanced, and then everybody just gets one shot because you can't do anything with it. If they were broken in a way of they should have been working in a way they designed and they are not, then you should just be able to fix them to how they were supposed to be working then. Right? Wouldn't that have been something that, like, initially when you're designing the game, you'd have an idea of what it's supposed to be? How it's supposed to function? Alright. Yeah, we did get Colwyn's point here. 20 hit recovery plus 1 all skills. Well, these are magic fine though. Yeah, I might just get an Act 5 mercenary and give him Patriarch. And Plague Laws, which are worthless. So that's my thought. Like, when I'm designing Llama RPG, I'm literally designing the game and how it should function with all of the damage calculation of everything. So if I go in and now resistances aren't working, I'll be like, oh, okay, let me go and look. Oh, this is wrong values. This isn't working like this. This is how it was supposed to function. You know? I input this wrong, or this is causing this to be wrong. Again, that's me. Yeah, Meatloaf. Pretty sure that's what they're doing. That's what I would expect them to be doing. So then the question still becomes, why is it taking 4.5 months? That should be all hands on deck, in my opinion. That's such a crucial system. Get him, Meatloaf! Wow, Saigons! So many gloves, I know. Or gauge, not gauntlets. No helmets, no shields, no armors, no boots. 9 gloves, a bunch of swords.
Not enough mana.
And you know, like, it's totally fine that they will take the time that they're going to take and that people are accepting and cool of the time that it's going to take them. Just like I think it's totally okay for me to be like, I think it's not, you know, fast enough for me. Right? Like, I think it's cool and totally fine to have both those feelings. For some people, they're like, yeah, I'm fine waiting until season 2 for resistances. For me, I'm like, I'm not fine. That's such a crucial system.
Not enough mana.
And I think it ultimately will hurt Blizzard because I think it's going to leave them too far behind. If that's how long it takes to make changes, I think ultimately they're not going to get enough changes in. Alright, let's go to Nightmare, I guess. Maybe Nightmare and Andariel will be our...
Evil beware.
our Poppy.
I need mana.
Start the timer till D5 release? Nah, the timer now is on Llama RPG, for sure. For sure.
Place is troubled. I need mana.
That's everybody's countdown, so I've heard. No charms? Not set or unique. By the way, if you're doing playthroughs and stuff, Act 5 mercenaries are so much tankier than Act 2. It's insane. Especially the two-handed Act 5 mercenaries. Highly recommended. A counter for how often I say Llama RPG? I mean, look, I'm going to say Llama RPG a lot. I'm putting a lot of time and energy, as well as other people are putting a lot of time and energy into trying to develop this game. And I'm proud of us trying to develop it. And maybe it won't be good. Who knows? But I'm still proud of trying to make it.
This cave has been purged
So.
of evil.
I think we have about a month until we have a demo. That'll be interesting. We're using Godot. We'll go back to that later. Auto gold pickup is a small range. You still have to be pretty intentional about the gold. It doesn't just like swirl all around you and pick everything up. Free to play demo. That'll probably be an internal demo, and then it'll be a little bit later we'll get the like, I mean, I'll show you guys the internal demo, but then a little bit later I'll get a demo where everybody can log in and play, and we can have a little, you know, maybe like a little fun competition or something. That'd be fun.
I can't carry anymore.
I have one paid dev. That's not true. Everybody, we're working different deals and, you know, hoping to... It's basically you know, not a lot of giant pay for most. But trying to make sure everybody gets some percentage or something so they feel like, hey, if it does all right. But yes, the budget for Llama RPG is Llama's, well, Moo Girl's bank account. So we can only do so much there. Plans for crowdfunding? Once we have the demo out is when I'll probably look at doing more like crowdfunding pieces to it. Yeah. Until I have that, I don't want to crowdfund while we still don't have a demo, at least for people to play. I want people to see what they'd be really getting, you know? Or investing in, or supporting, I should say. Loot boxes? No. There will be no loot boxes, no pay to win, no pay for cosmetics, no, you won't be able to buy anything like that. No llama pass in the game. There'll be an offline mode. How can you spend money? So there's a boss. Wow, the shrine is literally blocking the dark wood there. There is a pay to win section with a boss. That boss's name is probably Peyton Win or something. And he only dies to money. So you can kill him with money. And then he gives you a sense of pride and accomplishment. Which is useless. There is not an achievement associated with it, no. You just get the pride and accomplishment that you beat him and supported the game.
I can't carry anymore. I can't.
And I mean, that's worth a lot, right?
Impossible. Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Gives you the title Big Spender. I'd probably give you the title of like Sucker or something like that. I don't know.
Good day.
Oh wait, I need that diamond. Oops. Just kidding. Big Sucker if you spend even more though. Even better title. Yeah, the game is a for fun game, not a for profit game, so it'll have different goals than what you're probably used to.
I can't carry anymore.
We shall have to see.
Impossible.
If I'm having 5 kids, I should make it pay to win. Well, hopefully, you know, the game will just be a good game, and then by being a good game, that'll mean people will want to buy it, and so it'll sell some copies, and that'll be enough.
I hope the sisters appreciate
You know?
this thing. I need mana.
How many copies do I need to sell to break even? Well, I haven't finished, like...
If there was magic,
Again, I'm like discussing with people, and you know, okay, you can have this and a percent, and obviously I'm paying Warren and whatever, so you know, I imagine, plus I'll want to pay for the servers and all these things. I imagine if we could sell like 5,000 copies, that would pay for a lot of the stuff, get people at least a tiny bit of money. Oh my god, that hurt. And $10. And then also give us some money to like spend on servers for future and stuff. I mean, I've put like tons of time into designing, hundreds of hours, if not like 1,000 hours, into designing this game and all of that, and all my labor is just like free on the game, you know, so. Well, look at that thing. There's not, like I said, we'll have a demo that'll be enough that I think I can like show core gameplay loops and have some fun with in maybe like a month here. Currently there is still plenty, you know, if you go to !RPG Discord, there's still plenty to like see. You'll see discussions on things. We just came up with what I think will really be some fun ideas for professions. So I'm really liking how crafting, tailoring, alchemy, all of that is shaping up to be. I think it's really going to start. That'll be really fun. Hopefully. Again, this is all, you know, just in my mind right now and stuff. So once it's actually implemented, then we'll see. But yeah, I hope we'll have at least a good showcase in like a month here of core loops.
I need mana.
Currently, we can spawn monsters, kill monsters, spawn items with, you know, their correct affixes and whatnot, roll through that stuff, fight monsters almost completely. Skills are still needing to be implemented there. We've got servers up. We can play multiple people on the servers and they're staying in sync.
I need mana.
Yeah, it's a JRPG, so it is turn-based. But we've got a lot of that core basics, and then again, I've got a ton of stuff designed for formulas for all the like critical strike chances and the ailments that happen and what all of that stuff will do. You know, professions, masteries. Build yourself that clan. The skills just in general. Oh, we might have a wrapper. I just created 2 new classes recently, the Guardian and the Holy Knight. And while I was creating that, I thought about a third class to add on top, the Trickster, which I think will be a really fun class. So he's still TBD. Might be an expansion character or something, but Any chase items? Yes. So the idea for itemization is I really am trying to take a lot of influence from Diablo 2, but build it into my own style of itemization. Rares are going to be really juicy. Crafting should be way better than D2, and have a lot of ability to craft on all sorts of items. And then SOJ. SOJ, yeah. Let's see, what else? What else? But I do realize kind of the fun of uniques and things, so I'm going to go ahead and build in uniques. That's something I haven't done yet. Demo won't have that, but that'll be something in the future. I'll build in uniques for the game. Come on, please, SOJ.
The evil queen has fallen.
Is it going to be single player or like... It's going to be more like an MMO, I'd say. But still single player. It's kind of like Diablo 4, but it'll actually have MMO elements of like towns with people and social chat and market and economy and trading and that stuff will like exist there a lot more, right? 20 FCR. Oof. Let's go into Blizzard, I guess. And that's not taking a shot at D4, but like D4, you know, I think is a lot emptier, and I'm trying to play in the way where like you can still go out and be solo in the world. I do want to build in party play, and that's something that we're like working on. But to start, it'll probably be your single kind of going around in the world there. And you play a llama, yes. Yeah. No, it'll have an offline mode as well. Okay. Uh-huh. Let's do like 3 static, 4 static. And I kind of want to save some for cold mastery. Let's go like that. Save 5 for it. Are there going to be skins and purchasable cosmetics for me to customize my llama? There will be skins, but you're not purchasing them. So the way skins are going to work, you're not going to be able to buy anything in the game that would alter how you look, anything like that. Oh my god. Yeah, it just got wrecked there. So the way skins will work currently are like this. There is a tailoring profession. And you will either yourself do the said tailoring, or you will have someone else. And you will basically have to find a dye or trade for a dye and then combine it with materials in the world, and that will craft a skin essentially. Alright, I mean, it is a shield technically. And then you can equip that skin and wear it. But then it's on. And if you want to equip another skin, as of right now, you would have to equip another one. Nice. Over it. So yeah, I'm sorry. I would be limiting your gameplay choice there. That's just unfortunately how it's gonna go. Wait, not snake cord. Infernal sign. Dialogue Pokemon style fights? Yeah, a little bit. I'm sure they've got a new hero they're building already for Diablo 4. Oh, I need to turn off that command. I mean, you know, some people are going to be disappointed that they can't buy cosmetics in the game, and they'll genuinely feel that way, and that's okay. Everybody's allowed to feel how they want. My ultimate reasoning, I still agree with. I think looking cool is a big part of a game, and to me, that's a pay to win a little bit. I love looking cool in a game, and if I can look cool just by buying it, I feel like I'm kind of paying to win there. So I'm going to make cosmetics hard to find, hard to get. If you want to get yourself an awesome dark elf knight whatever skin for your llama, you're going to have to either trade a lot to find that dye and make it yourself, or trade for the skin, or whatever it is, you know. And then when you walk around, people will know, yo, that dude went hard. He got that awesome skin.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, so there currently isn't anything around the items specifically that you have. That may again be like a future expansion or something. We only have so much budget. So the items you wear will not show on your character right now. But maybe one day.
I can't carry anymore.
I would love for them to. I know. Blizzard was actually, or isn't quite doing as well, it feels like. Need a couple more levels. I mean, Nova's still rough, though. They're both tough. Will we have additional inventory for craft materials? Yes. So materials will be in their own inventory. They will stack. And as of right now, the idea is either you'll just have basically an unlimited inventory space with that, or you will upgrade your inventory space using in-game gold. And I'm leaning towards the second one because I'm just trying to find a lot of places to have like good gold dumps. And you'll just kind of be able to infinitely upgrade it in a way for stuff. Like bags and WoW. Sure. If you buy the bags, then you get more, yeah.
I need mana.
I like gold dumps in games, honestly. Like that. Same thing will be like when you're on trading on the market. You can put up a couple items on the market. If you want to put a third item up, you buy a third item slot. You want to put a fourth one, you buy a fourth item slot. Etc. Gauntlets. Okay. Oh, they're ethereal? Rip.
Yes?
No, we didn't finish the Oath Grail. It's so crazy. So there's two things I have right now with skins. The first one is skins will just purely be skins. Two ideas, and I need to figure out what I'm doing. The first one is skins will just purely be skins, and every time that you upgrade a skin there, or you put on a new skin, then you lose the old one. Right? So because it's a dye, it's not really a skin. So you're essentially dyeing your llama's fur. Whatever, you know, to that said skin. The second one is you're able to keep all the skins that you get and make, which I think is, you know, nice in that it allows you to more like swap your skins around for different events and things like that, and mess around with the different things, but you're also, it seems easier in that way. Now, another piece is I was considering having it be where skins could give you little bonuses. Oh, man. And so you would, you know, the better you are, the better of a tailor you are, the better your skin could be and provide you a little bonus.
The order welcomes you.
But then, of course, now it's like if you want to change to a different skin, it's, you know, I mean, it's really not that confusing. You put on a cosmetic, you dye your llama's fur. You want another cosmetic, you dye over that fur. You know? Come on, Andariel, what you doing to us? Tiger llama skin? Sure. The one hand sword in my sash, Rixot's keen? Or did I have a different one there? I'm good, Thrill. Yeah, the frost burns hurts. Uniques and sets only. Yeah, there will be tons of fun skins. Will there be different difficulty settings? As of right now, no. There's just harder and harder areas. Now, there is the idea that once you beat the game, the whole world does increase in difficulty. Oh, ouch. I don't think I said a portal.
I need mana.
And we'll definitely look at ideas like Terror zones, I think those have been really nice. So yeah, my goal is to still get you moving around the current world that does exist. So, oh, Colwyn's Point. Yes, I do have that there. Ouch, Emily. Like a Dark Souls New Game Plus cycle. Did they just make the world harder on that? I don't know. Did I not write down Colwyn's Point? I guess not. So yeah, that does exist. That you can go back and fight the world again, and it's, you know, just increased its difficulty in a way. The idea is not that the world has exactly increased its difficulty, but that the world is, you're kind of like helping the world out, and so the world is now providing you with like ways to train and such. So that's kind of the idea. Currently no Necro or Summons class. Summons don't really fit into my game model for combat and everything. Okay. 40 life. Oh no, it's Magnus skin. Well, 15 fire res. Sad. It's just gloves. Everything is just gloves, man. Terrible drops. But no, like, Mage Fist or anything, you know? Nah, I wouldn't swap to fire, but I'll take the FCR. So yeah, the one thing I dislike about, I guess the idea should be just make it so that you're not getting too much of a boost from your cosmetic. And then it doesn't become as big of an issue for you to swap over. Like if cosmetics roll like crazy good, then yeah, I could see that actually being a big problem. I just want like boots, man. But if it's just like a small boost, then you'll still want to like min-max it for some characters, but I like that. Full Saigon set's not really going to do a ton. I mean, it'd be okay in some ways. Can Lidless drop from Nightmare and Andariel? Or do I need to wait till Nightmare Mephisto? Or maybe even a little later. Maybe not till Hell Andariel. Maybe Nightmare Mephisto. Maybe. Well, we got boots and we got a helm. So, not exactly the boots we were wanting, but they are technically boots. We've got Goblin Toes and Rixid's Keen, man. Those are like literally the worst boots to find for us. These are such garbage drops. Literally just like so useless for us.
The order welcomes you.
Better than 0? Is it? I'm not certain at this point. At this point, I'm just wearing cosmetics. Oh, hello.
I need mana.
Love that done with D4 good to have a fun D2 run on stream again. Next run do punch barb with Gull Dagger in the offhand.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay.
Yeppers.
Yeppers. Thanks, Trick. All these sets and uniques, not a single one with any FCR on it, FHR on it. Dying here, man. Alright, small shield. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Umbral disc. We can put a perfect diamond in this. Also, pretty pointless, but something. Ice Blink, Angelic's Sickle, and Umbral Disc. Running out of room for these items found. Seriously, if I was a melee character, like blinds target, freezes target, all sorts of stuff. Whatever. Mercenary armor? I mean, I want it, but we could probably give it to him temporarily. That's some cold res right there, baby. Will I save the runes? I can put the runes in, into things, so... Oh my god, I can't teleport, I'm getting stunned. Ow. Zero FCR is the worst. I just want Mage Fist, man. Or Q-Hagen. Viper Magi as well, obviously. Spectral Shard would be dope.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
I feel like Viper Magi starts at Nightmare Mephisto.
Good day.
Can you get it from Nightmare Andariel? Maybe. It's not as good odds, probably. Alright, let's move forward really fast. See what Mephisto's looking like. One in 394 chance for Viper Magi. Oh, that's actually pretty good. On players 3, that was players 1. Players 3 is just gonna be a little hard.
I'm overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Again, we don't need to technically farm this up. We could just do a naked run through the game and already be like in hell. But I feel like the farming on these really is so fun to do. Seeing what sorts of cool items we can get. Gold dagger, farm to fable. Exactly. Yeah, player count for bosses. Player 3 especially is like a really good sweet spot, I would say. One in 412. Pretty good. Pretty good. Ouch. Alright, let's go get that armor. Let's do it! 30% cold res!
I am overburdened.
Even if we want to go back and farm Andariel, I felt like leveling up, she was just taking a little too long. So if we just go and level up a little bit, that'll improve that a lot. Go farmer when we're like 45 or something, you know. Do I have any lightning source stuff to give away? I think I've got a 100% perfect griffins to give away still. But that'll be during a charity event. Oh my god, there's a lot of eggs. Just allow us to get through Andy and Mephisto faster. That's kind of my thoughts. Alright, we'll just leave those guys alone. Put on the Barbie. Get it. How's Ancient Tunnels a nightmare? I mean, it's okay, but I don't think it's worth like a farm like that. I'd rather farm a boss at that point. No charms. Charms sound too nice. All right. Let's go find some snakes. Yeah, we could clear hell naked. Would that be faster than farming? Yes. Like I said, I could just go to the end and
Enjoy
clear
the
everything.
run.
But I think it's more fun doing all of this farming. Thank you very much, Exile. And going after, you know, some cool items and things. When do I switch to D4? We did the D4 already. Will Llama RPG have different bags for mining, gathering, etc.? Yes. You'll have your materials in your bag, your inventory for your item drops, and probably a couple other little ones for different things. Okay, let's go down to players 1. Got an amulet? Let's go! Okay. Champion. Just a few years ago, I was talking about how I always wanted to make my own game. Yep. I mean, like I say, it's similar to me like I did with the rap, where I always wanted to make a rap, and eventually it's just one of those things you have to kind of bite the bullet a little bit and just say, you know, I'm just gonna do it. Because even if it turns out bad, it's not about that. It's about I wanted to do this and make this and give it a try and have the fun and all of that. And it's just like really, you feel really accomplished when you do that, and you feel like, hey, I'm able to like actually kind of like, you know, complete some goals and things. So yeah, I know Thanatos. So to me, that's the main piece. Is it's kind of like I always wanted to be a goalie in hockey. So I eventually just went and got the gear, and now I'm just doing it, and it's scary and whatever, but it's like, hey, we're doing it. Oh my god. It's fun. It just feels good to like want to do something and then do it instead of just always wondering what if I had done it. You know.
Great to see you back on D2, Mr. Llama.
Thanks, Harvey. Dead. Oh, life. Meme run. First way, second way. You're thinking to bite the bullet for a football coach? Like you want to be a football coach or you want to go get a football coach to help you out? Either way, go for it. What's my save percentage? Like how much do I save? Well, right now I've got my house, so trying to work on that. But I usually try and save a pretty good amount, I feel like. That's always been... I've always been a frugal person overall and always tried to work to not spend a lot. Oh, my save percent in hockey. Well, a lot of people have asked me because I did some stuff on the financial forums before. People ask me that before a lot. Well, let's see. I've played 4 games. The first game I played was a lower D league. Our leagues run from A to E technically, but most of the time B to E. There's not really a lot of A leagues. I can Thanatos. Oh man. Boo. So many good possible items, and this is what we get. So my first game was a lower D game, and we lost 3-0. I let in 2 pretty soft goals and 1 goal that I wasn't going to save. It was a really nice shot.
Diablo and Baal have escaped.
And that was on about 30 shots. I think like 28 shots or something. My second game, what happened in the second game? How do I already not remember that? My second game was... My team's shots on goal was lower. My team was not nearly as good. They had like 18 shots or something. They were not good shots. My second game I played in an upper E league, but the team was actually better. Both teams were better than the lower D. So that one, I believe I let in 3 goals again. No. I let in 2 goals. And that was on probably 22 shots, 23 shots. And then it was 2-2 and it went to shootout and we won 1-0 in the shootout. I stopped all 3 of the shots in the shootout. So that was a cool one. The third game, we lost 4-3 on 16, maybe 18 shots. But this was an upper B league. Or upper C league, excuse me. So it was like a few levels above. And 2 of the goals were kind of soft. I felt really bad. My team should have won that. They lost because of me. Straight up. It was like 3 levels above what I had played already, and so the shots were just like flying in. And the fourth, yeah, but I just felt bad because I was like clearly not qualified to be there yet, but they just needed a goalie. So I was like, well, I'll play if you need somebody. But it was my first time playing at that. It was only my third game. So, you know. But they were nice about it. But I definitely was like, yeah, we lost because of me. And then my fourth game was another upper C game, and it was literally the game right after. So I was scheduled to go and play this upper C league game at 8:45 on Friday. And then a team at 7:30 was like, hey, we don't have anybody. We really need a goalie. Can you play? So I was like, all right. So I played back-to-back games, which I don't recommend. I was so exhausted. And in the fourth game, I let in 3 goals on 20, probably about 25 shots, 26 shots. But we won 10-3. My team was just better. And their goalie let in 10 goals on 40 shots, I think.
Less than 3.
It was actually a pretty good game through, like, the first half of it. Like, the first period, I let in no goals. Thank you, scripted. And we only scored, like, 1. The second period, my team scored, like, 4 or 5, maybe 4. But I let in 2. So it was, like, 5-2, but, like, kind of. And then the third period, we went up to like 10-2. The other team just gave up eventually.
40 less than 3.
And then I just let in like a meh one right at the end. Thanks, Heavens. 10-40. Dude, I felt so bad for the guy. I mean, his defense let him out, let him out to dry there a few times. Like, he could have saved a few more, but getting 40 shots in a game is just exhausting. I was already tired by like the 30. But then again, I did just play a doubleheader where I had all those shots before. Thanks, actually. Oh, yeah. Dude was just beat. The last goal, the goalie didn't even try and stop. The goalie was standing there with his hands like this on the goal. And like, his defense like gave it up, so it was a breakaway, and the goalie just stood there, and they just like passed it into the net. And then they just stopped the game. There was 40 seconds left, and they just didn't even do the like rest of the game. They just were like, all right, everybody line up. Yeah, I was like, honestly, I don't blame the guy. He was like, I'm not going down again. 3-25 is good. Why do you think you shouldn't be there? Well, the thing is, I also gave up 3 on 25 in the like bottom league. But that was my first game, to be fair. So I feel like I'm good but bad. So like, I don't think a single breakaway. Okay, that's not true. One breakaway guy scored on me, but he missed the puck, but I went with him, and then the puck just slid into the net, and it was like the saddest goal ever. That happened on my first game, and I was like, oh boy. Yeah, it was really sad. The old fake out where he faked everybody, including himself out. So I'm good but bad. I'm good in that, like, a lot of like the upper C league, which definitely are guys that can play pretty well. I've like been able to stop all their breakaways. I actually feel like I have pretty good positioning. I feel like a lot of times I've been able to just be in the right spot and make them have to take shots that are just like hard shots to make. So like, a lot of their shots miss the net, or I'm able to basically they hit me or they miss the net because I feel like I'm in the right spot a lot of times. Do you have to know how to skate to play goalie? Yeah, you want to be one of the best skaters on the team. And I'm a pretty decent like skater overall. But the goals I give up a lot of times will be just like the cheapest. Like, I mean, my butterfly isn't amazing. And so that's got me in trouble a couple times. I don't always go down soon enough. So like one time they kind of just like had the puck behind the net and then just like brought it forward and put it in. And I thought my defense kind of was going to hit it, but he just didn't. And then it just like, they just like scooped around and I was standing. There was the breakaway goal where the guy just like missed the puck, but it, you know, fooled me as well. So that one kind of sucked. There's been a couple goals that like I kind of got stuck on my pads and I couldn't really like slide. And so then I just left a little bit of the net. I had one that just went through my 5-hole really soft. Well, we got another armor. It's not great, but we have it. And then there's been a couple that on my like left, on my left leg especially, I feel like have been pretty cheap, where they just kind of like slide it in, and I feel like my left leg is like against the post, but I guess there's a little bit of room, and so then they just like slip it there, and it's like, oh, I really thought that I would have saved that. So, yeah, it's like just some of the goals, and that's the thing. It's like every league, no matter if the guys coming at me are upper C or E-leaguers, which is a pretty big difference in how fast they are, how good they are, all of that. I always seem to just have a couple times where a silly, lame goal goes in every game. But then I make some fantastic saves, and I'm really good in, you know, positioning and taking away a lot of stuff and doing all right. So, but I definitely feel like I'm not in control all the time, and I don't feel super comfortable. I mean, I've only played 4 games. And I've only practiced twice, so it's not like I have a ton of experience, but yeah, I feel like I don't feel comfortable like sliding, going into RVH. I don't feel comfortable where you like put your leg down and then seal up against the post. I try and do a little bit of stretch and warm up before the game. I'm sure I'm not doing the recommended or required amount, but I feel like I do okay with warming up. They don't give us a lot of time to warm up there, so you just have to warm up like off ice. But yeah, silly goals just make you feel really silly when you're sitting there and your team is just like, you just feel bad because you know everybody's like, well, that was weak. They're like playing so hard and getting all these great shots off, and maybe they get a nice goal and then you just give up a cheap thing, and it's like, well, sorry. Yeah, I'm playing goalie. How much pain are you in after the games, in your hips and groins specifically? I would say my hips actually feel pretty fine after games. My groins definitely sometimes will hurt an okay amount. I feel like, oh man, that feels like I pulled something. Like I didn't, but it's like tight. And after I played that double header, my biceps and stuff were like super sore. Like everything was so sore. What did I play before goalie? Before goalie, I played center. So I played center in C League. So like not godly, but I was like decent enough, you know. I can move around, I can skate, I can shoot, I can pass, I can, you know, do a lot of the basics pretty well.
Not enough
Where's the waypoint at? There we go. But yeah, consistency is the hard part. Because if you're not consistent, you know, if you like give up the puck as a defender or as a, you know, as a forward or a center, it's not end of the world. But as a goalie, if you make a little mistake, the puck goes in the net. And you're like, oh, crap. Get some vitamins, magnesium. Probably a good idea. You started playing and it really messed up your hips and groin? I mean, I believe it. Like I say, groin is the biggest thing that I feel like I have to constantly stretch, or that is potentially an issue. True, Chalupian. Nice stunning. Good job. Proud of you for getting your lift on. Yeah, honestly, what's a beer league? A beer league is just hockey league. But for adult, it's like an adult hockey league. It's not competitive in the way of, you know, like crazy competitive nature, all of this, but it's competitive in the way of, there's definitely people that used to play, you know, high school or used to play college or whatever things, but everybody goes, plays hockey, and then has beers after. So sometimes it's more casual, and as the level goes up, you get that mixture of people that, you know, played a little bit more. This is live. Everything on my Twitch is live. Oh, I hate deadlift, but I have a bad back, so it's rough on it. Which, don't lift with your back, I know, but like I have scoliosis. Here's my gear. Do I have a favorite NHL goalie? I mean, I love Ottinger, you know, just because I'm a Stars fan, so. Go back in the day, you got Belfour, Turco. Carey Price, I like him. Why not Patrick Roy? Patrick Roy was great, man. He was hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. What up, Sky? How you doing? It's worth trying Classic. I love Classic. It's really great. Hey, where's my drops? Flurry? I mean... Yeah, Andre's great. Where's my flail? Oh, there it is. You're going to bed? Good night. Have a good one. Is Connor as good as everyone says he is? Wait, McDavid? Or a different Connor? Did a trade happen I didn't know about? Oh. Oh. I didn't watch the draft. See if number one pick lives up to his potential. Poor Blue Jackets. Okay, it's not the closest map, but not the farthest. What? You weren't on me. That's BS. I disagree with that. There's one, right? Big money! Well, I mean, it's better than what we have.
Mephisto shall no longer darken our souls with hate.
So that's something, I guess. Where did I put that Cathan's armor? Maybe I should go pick it up. What's the two-piece Cathan set? Those are nice gloves. I think it's in the flare. I'd rather have rares only run for sure. Yeah, again, it's like I should probably level up a little bit and then come back and do Mephisto runs. Am I doing a Holy Grail? No, we're just having fun. I mean, I do have a Grail going, but this is all just fun here. I feel like Haas can drop here, right? So that would work for my Grail. Nell Striker. Do I still have that on my Grail? No way, right? Aw, man.
Hail to you,
Melee would be really rough. I mean, if we did a melee build through this, though, I mean, I have gotten, like, goblin toes and things. I'd have to, like, give myself a different means of magic find. Ow. Yeah, we can do the Easter egg magic find trick, but it doesn't really do a lot for us. Still, until I get some gear that has some like FCR on it and stuff, I just don't think it's gonna matter. I can't survive with 0 FCR that well if I'm trying to go fast. Any news about Llama RPG? Tons of it. We talked about it before a little bit, but demo is planned for like a month from now. The 2 new classes, I got all their skills in finally, so that's looking really nice. Okay, let's just get no souls. How does that sound? It's coming along really well. That'd be nice, Broco. Like I say, ! RPG Discord is where you'll really like be able to find all the updates and keep up with all that pretty well, but oh my god, the souls are everywhere. No Rinwards on this run. Yeah, it really feels like we're like close to having the game ready, but then also like really far. Because it's like, okay, kind of the 80-20 rule, right? Like we have the 80% kind of getting close. Not really, there's still tons to do in there. But there's so much to be done with like implementing all of the other pieces, you know. Yeah, Llama RPG. So the game's not close to being finished, but kind of close in the way of like, if we were to put it out in its most basic form with nothing of the like cool fun pieces added in, you know, you're not getting all your quests and all of this, but maybe just like a little bit of a main story, the core loops and all of that for the demo. Right? That stuff is where we're at and looking good. So name of the game, Llama RPG. I put a lot of thought into the name, and ultimately we landed there. I actually really like the name Llama RPG for it. Like at first it was kind of a simple placeholder joke, but then after a while I was like, no, it's perfect. New wrap for the credits screen. Maybe I'll write something up. I mean, that's the subtitle of it, Slain. Alright, let's see what we get, baby. I agree. I love the look of this. Pole rune. Blech. Rune would have been great. That would have been so much res. Pole rune sucks. Alright, if we find another pole rune, we can up it, I guess. Alright. Chaos Sanctuary time. So wait for Viper Magi? No, just socket this Cathan's helm and shove it in there. Something like that. Anybody ever seen a Cathan's visage with an rune in it? Two-handed sword.
I can't carry anymore.
Rip. Yeah, I can sock it into items. Nice. Fire damage hurts, man. Especially with low resist on. Minus 79%. So sad. We have our 100 magic finds still. Haven't found any more, sadly. Alright, El Diablo. Show us what you're made of, baby.
Not even death
Can save you from me. Will I play season 1 of D4? Maybe. We'll see how, like, what it looks like, honestly. Will it actually play pretty different from the current state? Because if it's pretty similar to the current version of Diablo and there's not much else to like chase after, then I'd be kind of disappointed. And I don't think it'd be too fun to play through a ton. Maybe one character. Nice Shadow! Next D2R patch needs fixed melee and physical weapons. Improve them. Here we go! Petrified Wand! Alright! We have 10 FCR, baby! Now, I would lose my magic find. But we get 10 FCR, 30 hit recovery, and some life and mana. Oh. It's at least worthy of a weapon swap. Shadow Fang. Can use it for teleporting around and stuff as well, you know? It ain't a suicide branch, but it ain't bad.
Good evening.
Going down to microprint now? Yeah, I might make a second row now. Doom is best in slot for Blizz Source. I mean... I think with Cold Mastery and Infinity already, you get more from the Death Fathom overall. Plus makes it easier to hit your breakpoints. But, I mean, Doom is still really nice, all that minus res. Lightning Source and Hell Ancients. Just get a lower resist wand. That'll help you a lot.
I need mana.
You can also cheese them if you want to do the cheesy strategy. Where you glitch them to not move and then just stand there and fire at them. Do I have a video for TP cheese yet? I feel like I do somewhere, right?
Harrogat can rest easier now.
Yes? Good. Alright. Wish I could wear these things. I've explained it a lot, I just can't remember if I have a video. Alright, let's try Players 8 here. Diablo 2, How to Choose the Ancients. Perfect. Great title, Llama. Very self-explanatory. Andy Terror Zone? Hold on. Oh, God. Let me kill Baal really fast. Oh, I almost don't even want to waste it on this character. I'm like, let me use it on my Grail. Alright, Players 1, let's just get... Oh, rip. Do you think reward system like progression pass and to have paid bad pass when standard players play through whole season for rewards? I mean, currently, like, the uniques aren't interesting enough for any of that stuff, but I think it could have, like, some incentive piece, but overall, I don't know. I don't think people really like battle passes a ton. I don't think a majority or a large portion of people really engage with them nearly as much. What up, Flame Warrior? Yeah, I'd rather just focus be on the game and farming in the game and making me want to just play the game for the game and not like you need this incentive. Oh no. Ow.
Diapes.
Oh, so close to dying. Diapes, thank you very much.
Hello.
Appreciate it, Flat Rock. Thank you, Epsilon. That's right. Every sub is diapers for my baby instead of for Daddy Bezos' his new yacht. Appreciate y'all. Battle Pass paying for the ability to grind a game to get items. Yeah, it's a little...
Not enough mana.
It's just a weird... I don't know. I don't love the model.
The ancients must be close.
Yeah. Any model or mechanic that exists to extract money generally is never like the most fun mechanic like that. And the battle pass would be free. It's just it's nothing that like is in the game for the game though, really. It's like there to try and incentivize grind rather than the grind itself just being fun, you know? It's like just make the grind fun instead. I think that's the ultimate piece of it. It's ultimately where I fall on it. Like, there's a reason it never really existed before it became a money thing, you know? It's because nobody would really design a battle pass as a system for, like, fun. Can you have a fun grind without great optimization? It's hard, honestly. You can, like, it does exist, but that really has to come with, like, really good... like fights and all of that, you know. But ultimately, good itemization carries a lot of good grind. Okay. How much rarer is New Shaco than Zodrun? Probably 1,000 times, roughly. Yeah, the chase uniques in an economy where you can't trade them is also one of the dumbest decisions ever. If you could trade them, alright, now we're talking. Without trade, pointless. Not even a chase unique, because a chase unique is something you can actually chase after. Darn it. Thanks, Earth. Yeah, I'll probably play again with Seasons and try it out and see what's going on.
Hello.
Speedrun with Jim at season beginning, yeah. Come on, man. I just want to get to Andariel. Single player maps don't reset unless you reset them. Oh my god. That's a thought. The only one. There's a couple of thoughts. Number one, they're making the decisions they're making so that they can constantly have something to bring you back in and get people to praise them. I mean, already they like did the nightmare teleport to dungeons thing, which again, I don't think is a fantastic change or thing overall for, wow, everything it is. But it's something that people can praise and everybody's like, look at them. They're doing such a great job with it, you know. So there's that thought, and they have a lot of easy wins that they can put into the game. Gem tabs and fixing resistances and, you know, giving a transparent overlay map and all sorts of things where people would be like, wow, fantastic, finally. So, you know, it's like, is that just stuff that they just kind of rushed out the game a little bit because they had to for investors and it's just a little of that? Or is it stuff that it's tactically better to release because it gets you in the news over and over again, right? Every time they make an update, Wowhead is going to release a whole article and people are going to post all over the place and it's going to be a whole new thing where it's like, it gets people to engage, you know? And I think there's definitely something to be said about getting people to engage. Now, that being said, the problem is I don't think it's actually a super effective way for it to work. Because yes, we've seen that already happen with No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk and all this stuff. And by the time you fix it all and get the game to where it needs to be, people have already moved on. There's enough games coming out, and unfortunately they all keep coming out pretty much the exact same where they're full of bugs and not really finished and all of this. But people just move on to the next game if you don't have it right. So, you know, again, Diablo 2 is looking to add a gem tab, fix resistances in Season 2 in 4 months. It's like, 4 months from now, I don't know. Everybody might just be on to the next game by then. So, it's risky a little bit, you know, if you're actually playing with fire that way. And I'm not saying D4 is like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk in terms of like brokenness or anything like that, but it definitely is lacking a lot of features and endgame and things like gems just like have no purpose really beyond anything. And there's a lot of stuff where it's like feels like they needed a few more months. Yeah, so the game functions perfectly fine. But from a game standpoint, I mean, again, it's the piece I've asked before. Is Diablo 4 such a better game than Last Epoch, Lost Ark, Path of Exile, any of the games that currently exist that are kind of its competitors? That is my question. That's it. Maybe for some of you, yes. And that's great. I'm happy if it is for some of you. To me, I look at it and I go, I don't think it's beating out all those games. And I had fun in the game. I enjoyed my time through D4. Ah, man. You know. But do I think... Ooh, that's nice. Do I think it beats PoE and stuff right now? No. Ah, that's right. I was still on my wrong weapon swap. Didn't realize it. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think there are still, like... The thing is, none of those games I mentioned, I think, are fantastic, crushing, like the game of games. Like Path of Exile is probably the best of the group, but I still feel like Path of Exile is like so overly complicated now and runs into so many issues and all of this that, and it's still, the combat is not crazy exciting because it's blowing everything up. So to me, that still is like a big problem. Lost Ark, like you said, pay to win. Totally true. Last Epoch has plenty of bugs and issues. I think a lot of the modern ARPGs, nothing really has won it over for me yet. But I don't think Diablo 4 has either. I guess that's where I'm at. It's another one to throw on the pile, but it's not changing it for me in a way that I'm like, yeah, this is the like ARPG of the future, you know. But for many people it is, and I'm an old school dude, and so yeah, like I recognize I'm gonna also have different desires of a game. Hello, Tower Shield. Also Kite Shield. So I don't really need Steel Clash here. Maybe just get our mercenary and give him... Okay, Meatloaf, you can have that. Siggins. So this does have 15 all-res, which is really nice, but it's ethereal, of course, which sucks. Guess I don't need Steel Goad. Put Saigons away for now. Go like that. Or 10k source? She finished everything. Good job, Meatloaf. You did your best, and that's all that matters. We're farming Nightmare Andariel a little bit because she's terrorized. So we can hopefully get some nice pieces. The problem with Watt's argument, which you do have, it's not like completely a terrible argument. But the problem with your argument is D4 is lacking a lot of features and has a lot of issues that were already solved. Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 already went through the iteration of having those problems. And then they figured out how to improve them. And they made those improvements. And I don't even love Diablo 3. But I still recognize that they went through and were able to improve the game. And somehow the release of Diablo 4 was a regression where they unlearned a lot of the lessons that they had already learned. And now they're trying to bring them back.
What can I do for you?
And it's like, well, wait a second. That's fixing something that we already know what the fix should be is not a thing to be applauded, in my opinion. When you start a sequel, you should be starting from the lessons you've already learned. You should already have all of the stuff that was already fixed there. So again, why is there no transparent overlay map? Why is there no teleport to party member? Why is there, there's a lot of just questions. Because transparent overlay map sucks? To you, it sucks. Great. You know how many people use and love a transparent overlay map? A large number of people who play ARPGs. It's called a toggle, my friend. Because you know what it's better than? Opening my map and blocking my entire screen every 20 seconds that I'm playing Diablo 4. So, all right, what's the dual infernals? Attack rating with poison.
Hello and good day to everyone.
Awful. Hello, good day. How are you? So you can defend the game's regression and everything all you want. That's fine. You don't have to love. There's plenty of features that I advocate for that I don't personally care about and I personally don't love, but I recognize having a toggle for that would be something that A, already exists in many other games and has proven to be good, and B, would just be a better experience for many people that want it. It's like in D2, a lot of people want a loot filter. I don't really care about a loot filter in D2, but I advocate for it. Because a lot of people want a loot filter. Ooh, nice. It's a decent item for Mercenary there. And then you see like the stash in Diablo 4 and you're like, how is the stash so... It's the worst stash of all the Diablos. In Diablo 1 you just throw stuff on the floor, but somehow that's a better stash. You know? Like, we know how to make good stashes. Other games have made good stashes. Bender, thank you! I feel like this is just blind hate towards Diablo 4. I don't know, you gotta like unclog your ears then or something. Open your eyes. It's straight up directed criticism at very specific things that they can improve. And should have improved. It's amazing how people think giving a very specific critique is just blindly hating on a game. %of hate in D4 seems to be why isn't it exactly like D3 or D2? No. The question is not why is the game not like D2 or D3. The question is why did they regress from features that they've already figured out and solved within Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, build that in, and then make the game itself its own game.
Mr. Llama Heart.
That is what we are wanting. Thanks, Cannon. They just took away features that worked and have proven to have worked. I don't want them to make Diablo 2 again. They did. I'm playing it. I love it. It's great. Ooh, maybe? double Millibregas. Let's see, what's our bonus? Cold resist 40, 90 to maximum lightning damage, and 50 to life. Let's go, baby. Cathin's who? Alright, I'll toss that. Alright, we're just gonna get rid of the items found list because max lightning damage, punch source time. Yeah, part of it feels like they're trying to reinvent the wheel in some ways, but part of their way for doing that is making it now a square shape. And you're like, look, you can change the wheel in other ways. You can improve the durability. You can adjust, ways for helping it just with whatever. Better mileage on it. Adjust the rubber. But a wheel is a circle. And when you make it a square, we know that making it a square is not good. That is part of some of the stuff.
Hashtag square wheel.
Where it's like, some of the pieces we just know. A wheel is a circle. That part don't need changing. Alright. Full Saigons. Here we go. Oh wait, this is a rattle cage. Because you know what we needed? More crushing blow. Crushing blow, crushing blow, crushing blow. We're just gonna crushing blow everybody here, huh? Right, it's kind of like Elon's tunnel idea. I feel like if it was going in that direction, it would just be an update D2. I don't think so at all. I'm literally asking for basic things. Like, give me an overlay transparent map. That doesn't make the game D2. Alright, so we've got ourselves a Shrill, fun item. And I do love Alder's Rhythm, but again, if we were a melee class, this would be like such a good run right now. So I don't think the game should be D2, and I don't blindly just hate Diablo 4. And I got a couple hundred hours out of the game and enjoyed my time. Thank you, memory. But I offer all of these suggestions and say all these things because I want more from the game, and I don't think the game is 100% perfect. If you think the game is 100% perfect and should have 0 changes to it, cool. Then yeah. I get it. Right there with you. But I don't think D2R is perfect either. I think I offer suggestions all the time about what they could do to improve Diablo 2 Resurrected. I might go to Players 3 now. I think we will have the ability to do it. Zoo Druid versus Summon Necro? Summon Necro is just so much better. Corpse Explosion, helps out so much there. But Zoo Druid is a fun time still. I don't hate it. maybe Players 3 is a little hard. Oh yeah. Alright, we have Canopy Frozen, so that's, you know, nice.
Yes.
Llama RPG will be perfect. I expect 0 updates. Oh, Llama RPG is going to have tons of updates. That game is going to come out, and I am hoping people will sit down and say, please change this, change this. I don't like this. This is, you know, feels weird. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, this is also my first game I've ever developed and created, and I've never done game design for a game before, so I'm expecting to make some bad decisions. Critiquing it helps me improve the game. And especially when you give specific critiques, which is what I try and do with Diablo 4. I try and say, change this, add this, adjust this, you know. Good point, Emroy. Now, you might say something like, I want it to be like this, and I'll disagree. And that's fine. Just like everything that I offer to the Blizz devs of Diablo 4, I don't expect them to listen to. I don't expect them to agree with. Ooh, unique amulet, let's go! Honestly, Noka's in. I have Etlich. There's so many things that would be great right now. Just don't give me like... Okay, perfect. Noko! 50 fire res, 20 hit recovery. That's what we're talking about. Unique bow? Not worth it. Nokazin in speedruns and guided playthroughs and just playthroughs of the game is a great amulet. It's just after that, once you get an improvement, then you're like, not again. No, I don't think it's one of the worst I've played.
I'm overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, not great. Haltusk. Siverbs. Not a great combination there. That's alright.
What can I do for you?
We have now finally filled up all of our slots. Solid. Good itemization definitely helps with that endgame. But yeah, I mean, I expect Llama RPG to, again, I mean, and just same with D4. I offer suggestions of things, but I expect them sometimes to just be like, no, we think it's a better experience this way. And you might not like that, and that's okay, you know? Some people, like, I'll probably have some chase uniques in the game. There will be some items in my game that you'll never find, some items in the game that you'll find, but they'll take forever. And I'm sure I will have people say, I don't like that. I want to find items. I want to be able to find all the items in a week because I don't have the time to play as much. And I'll say, I appreciate your feedback. That's not how this game is designed. You know? And that's fine. But I will try and still build the game so that even though the person plays the game and doesn't find those chase items, it's not ruining their experience. It's not keeping them way below in power. It's not doing anything like that. It's just nothing that they need to worry about. Shale rune, perfect. We needed one of those. All right, we can upgrade a belt later on. So stuff like that is where, you know, again, the devs can be like, you know, I could go to the devs and be like, hey, I don't like that these chase uniques are 1 in 500 million or whatever. And they can be like, well, we do. That's how we want our game to be. And I'll be like, all right, I think it's bad design, but you do you, you know? Dang, J-Man. When I release Llama RPG? Essentially when it's ready. Gashunk, thank you. Appreciate that. Which I know isn't the most fun answer. But I'm hoping to have a demo out in a month. That'll be like to show some good basics, and then hopefully a demo that people can play beyond that. Hey, Warren. Do I have legal ends of the game tied and wrapped up? Not at all. I actually have a question, if anybody is a lawyer. Do I need to copyright the name Llama RPG? Or is that something that... rare serpent skin. It will just kind of happen when it's out, or... I don't know. I mean, if somebody really wants to steal the name Llama RPG, I'll just change to a better name, but... But also, since I have Llama RPG, and I've discussed Llama RPG, and I have videos about Llama RPG and all of this, don't I kind of get ownership over the game of Llama RPG? Right, like they can't steal it if I can prove I've had it before they registered, which I definitely can because it's everywhere. Another shale. If they can prove that they also were working on a Llama RPG before, then sure. But regardless, it's still like, okay. But then how do I do the copyright? I don't know how to do that. Nobody else can call their game Llama RPG? That's kind of my thoughts. More a trademark, but I feel like a lot of games are not trademarks, you know? Like there's a lot of games where, especially indie games, where their name just isn't trademarked. You recommend using an IP attorney? The problem is, this budget is all out of my pocket. And attorneys are like $500 an hour or something. We could spend more on attorney fees than we do actually making from the game. Hey, Sagons! Synergy, thank you. You just spent $100,000 on lawyers? Yeah, if we spend $100,000 on lawyers, we're in a big hole, my dude. Alright. So we need some strength, but we can get up to that. Finally some faster run walk, I know. Okay, we'll toss that. Oh, I should have kept the gloves and I could have done the whole thing. Okay. And you're saying if I get a trademark in the United States, that doesn't even matter because somebody in China can just make Llama RPG mobile and then just start selling that? Great. Ooh! SOJ! 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 Ah, man. Close. It was close though, my dudes. It was close. Still a good Nagel. Gives us a little more MF. I'm happy. Yeah, maybe we'll do a little secret Immortal King rap in Llama RPG. But like, is there a RuneScape in China where they just copied it and then sold it as their own? Or anywhere in the world? Like that? I mean, ultimately, yeah, it'll be what it'll be, you know. You should probably have your devs and both sign simple agreements to sign the rights to what they develop to your company. And yeah, exactly. That is the piece. Like, I own the music and the art for Llama RPG now. Warren, did I ever make you sign something? Or am I just giving you money for no reason right now? I asked you to send it to me 3 times. Wow. Speaking of 3 times. Boop, boop, boop.
Good day.
Make an LLC and assign all copyright to it. Okay. Like all copyright for the game and everything I file under Llama or whatever studio. Or just have all the stuff like... Because right now I own all the music and art created for Llama RPG. Well, most of it. So I need to just have, and Warren technically owns the code because I haven't made him give me the code yet. Terrorized is the zone levels up to you. So you're saying I just have Warren assign the code over to Llama RPG LLC. And then we're good.
I need mana.
You form an LLC in exchange for your ownership interest. You assign all of your rights in the trademark, copyrights, and other IP to the company. Then you have each developer assign all rights to the IP developed to the company in exchange for their compensation. I form an LLC, and in exchange for my ownership interest, I assign all of my rights to the company. Alright, that part is a little confusing, but...
Good day.
It's like I'm giving all of my game design and development to the company, right? That's how you buy the company. Why is law so confusing, man? Why can't it just be basic and easy? So much breastplate. Just check my contract from when I was a software dev. That's true. I could just steal that and then give that to Warren. What if will you do if your game blows up and you get that offer from Tencent? I mean, I need to retain full control of my game so that they can't force any garbage monetization into it. If my game blows up, I'll be really happy that people get to enjoy a really good game. And I won't sell it out so that I can make a quick buck, but the game gets ruined, you know. What if the Tencent offer is big? I mean, it's kind of like XQC going over to Kick, you know. They offered him $100 million, but XQC already has $100 million. You know, it's like...
Yes?
He doesn't need $100 million. So if I'm at that point, I already have. And I don't even want $100 million. That's too much money. Have you seen what college costs? It'll be in 18 years? That's a fair point. I would like enough money to be able to take care of my family, get everybody to college. Oh, that was supposed to go to strength. Oh well. And continue working on Llama RPG so I can continue making the best game ever. Maybe for you, Fairy. You also want a comp? Wait, what's a comp? You also want a... Can't read that whole thing. Company to own it, so if you get... Yeah. Yeah, that part I know. But I don't know. I think I'd rather have a game that I can continue to develop and love and bring joy to people than $1 billion. And that game be ruined and monetized and turned into whatever. Money's great, but it's not everything, man. Grab the money and make a better other one? But then I have to start over and make a whole new one, and I'd rather just... I don't think I would make a better game at that point, you know? If you can play a game for 20 years and don't find all the items, that's bad. I mean, I have found all the items, but I'm guessing he was talking about the current D4, which, yes. Man, so many drops and just none of them. Just absolutely none of them hitting for us right now.
Yes?
Buy a small studio to make games for me. Yeah, I mean, the question then just becomes, do I want to now become a, like, job creator, like, billionaire who does all that, or do I just want to continue to enjoy my life just working on Llama RPG and having fun there? My thought is, if I'm just having a great time, I'll just want to keep doing that. You know? if I'm sitting there and I now have ideas for the next game I want to make and I need a big studio to do it and all of this, okay, maybe there's ideas then to sell and work on the next game and, you know. But yeah, why overcomplicate things? Exactly.
I can't carry anymore.
Love this. Freezes target. Look at that. The Bing sees Wang.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
I can't use that.
You can't use that yet? Oh, required level 43. You are low leveled. Put on Rattle Cage. We'll save the Wang for you later. You can teach me how to pronounce that in Chinese correctly? Was I not getting it right? Yeah, it was pretty close. Alright, well we found Saigons again. Which... Okay, so we can get +1 skills and 50 MF now. Oh, I still need a tiny bit more. Okay, so these are pretty worthless, but we just need a little more strength. Alright, we'll get it here. This would be great for a melee source. Messi's playing in Miami, really? That's fun. Oops, wrong button. Means King of Cold. Well, that's fitting. What's with the Diablo 4 throne? What throne? The statue? Alright, let's see it. Alright, doesn't give us anything there, but we do get 50% MF now with the 3-piece Saigons. We do lose 50 to life and 40 to cold res, though. So this is definitely better for moving forward. Oh, I guess we lose 20 MF. But we get 30 to... yeah. But +1 skills is nice. My throne? Oh, like the chair? I gotta put it together. I love D2, man. What can I say? In Broodor, I played Protoss, and then I tried some Terran. I enjoyed, okay, another plus skills there if we want it, but... big game hunters. Okay. Wife's an IP attorney. She's searching my trade. I mean, I don't have a trademark. I don't have any of that yet. Yeah, I'll try out Stormgate. It looks really fun. Alright, let's go to Heck. Wait, let's go do the quest first. For the resist. Not ideal. Yeah, we got some upgrades. Okay. Now let's go to hell. Make a couple changes. Overall, pretty bad drops though. No Viper Magi, no Chanseys, no Mage Fist. I mean, ugh. Some rough drops. We can use this for the temporary. So many weak pieces.
Evil beware.
Our res are not bad thanks to everything. Our FCR is truly atrocious. No Suicide Branch, no Spectral Shard, no 20 or 30 FCR ones. It's a little painful. Can't shop any of that. Set and unique only. We spent a little too long farming, but I was just having such a good time on Terror Zone and Andariel.
The monastery. Andariel stronghold. I hope the sisters appreciate this thing. If there was magic here, it's long gone now.
Thank you, Randy Z. Appreciate your Prime for 42 months. Wild. Yeah, it's nice, J-Man. Uh-oh. What a map that is. Oh boy. No. Dang, SOJ, get it. I think that's not a bad idea, Randy. Give it a little bit. Let it settle, you know. Yeah, I mean, I've pretty much given up pre-ordering most things except Llama RPG.
Good to see you.
Omadon, thank you. I guess we can level up Act 2. Alright, Helen Dario, what you got for us? And CP with the Mr. Llama hat. Enjoy it. I actually love my little llama hats. Would you spend Socket Quest for Spirit Sword on normal P8? Yeah. If I'm doing my own playthroughs, it's using Socket Quest for Spirit Sword. It is great. Sign painting of the flower. Maybe we'll find a way for you. Oh, that's a really nice map. Took me about a year to get into Diablo 2. I mean, I was only like 9, 10 years old, so. Play D4 in Season 1? I may give it a try. We'll see how... Oh my god, I never said a TP? What?
Not enough mana.
Oops. It's just a flower. Ow! Dude, the lack of like FCR and hit recovery combined is just so bad. So bad. Rip. I was really hoping to get something good on that drop. Nothing. Hopefully that gave you a general idea of what we got. Probably Foresight. Only negative 565 lightning resist. How bad could it be? Ooh. Try Hell Baal drops to help me finish the game? Good idea, thank you for the suggestion. I will work my way there. Okay, that's pretty good. Eh. Beetle burst. What? I'm not sure about that. I've done a gamble only gear run before.
Good day.
I'm not sure about that one. Got zippity zapped by Mr. Beetle himself. Okay. Barb would be tough without a weapon to start. Like I said, we'd have to give him some other means of magic find.
Not enough mana.
Okay. And I guess let's just find this waypoint here. Oof. Ugh. I have a Karen shard.
Your presence honors me.
10 FCR. Gives us a little bit. I need a facet. I need a lot more things than a facet. I'd rather have some resistances, personally. Oh, just have the facet because I die? Would be helpful. Ouch. Ow. Alright, let's go find a waypoint here instead. Okay. Cold Mastery maxed. That's nice. Level 3. Whew. How's D4 speedrun wise? I don't think it'll be that fun to speedrun, just because you can just like skip campaign and things, so then it's like, okay, am I just speedrunning levels now? I think it'll be like okay. Some people will find some ways, you know, speedrun every dungeon or something. Battle Axe. One thing I'll say about D3 and D4 is they fixed pot chugging. I actually would prefer to chug potions than the current D4 generator spender system. Now, if you mean health potions, I actually think the health potion in D4 is not too bad. I actually don't mind that system. But the mana resource generation I dislike very much. I would much rather just chug a bunch of mana potions than do generator spender and have to use skills I hate.
Cause so much trouble.
And I don't think chugging potions is like a great system. Don't get me wrong. It feels like the D4 system doesn't really work for lost skills. Yeah. I mean, also, a lot of the, like, generators aren't fun skills. It feels like a lot of the core skills should actually be generator skills. And then you're using all your cooldowns from what you've generated, but the core skills are what did the generation. I think that would work out way better. Oh my god, another first way. Ignore the RTA IGT, it's not set up right now for this currently. But essentially it's real time versus in-game time. Taking out load screens.
Good day. There's nothing the right portion can't do.
Yeah, like if I had to stop and shoot, I mean, I'm already shooting Ice Blast, but it would be like Ice Blast would be a core skill, Ice Bolt would be the generator skill. Let's get some statics in. I'm like, I don't want to shoot Ice Bolt. Right. Like I said, if core skills were their generators, that would improve it greatly. And I still don't like the system overall, but that would at least make the system better. All our boss kills and farming. I guess that one's my fault. I didn't switch to my MF gear. Whoopsies.
Diablo and Baal have escaped me. Next time.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with a lot of the stuff is, sure, it kind of works for some specific builds. Thus, everybody gets forced to using like arc lash or using, you know, whatever aspect or using whatever things. There's so many things that get forced and required because only some of the skills are actually like able to keep resource up or anything like that. There's not like any good ways to just really build your own with it all. Or keep vulnerable up, yeah. So, I hope they improve that, because that'll help a lot. Oh boy. Look, you're always going to have optimal builds. We're not saying every game you'll have the builds that perform better than the others. The idea is just, can you still play your other builds and have fun and be able to like generate resource without having to use a terrible basic skill? That's just the basic idea here. It's not saying that there's never a meta. It's just saying let the off meta not not be so punishing. You can do that? I mean, I disagree. I felt like off meta was quite punishing and quite unfun when I was playing through the game. That's my opinion. You can believe so. We'll just disagree on that. That's fine. Plain and simple. Ow. That hurt. PoE, I actually think, has one of my favorite resource generation systems. Unfortunately, it's gone quite far and just become a keyboard masher in a way. But they have flask. So essentially, as you kill monsters, you fill up your flask. And then you use said flask to heal or whatever. So it's potions, but you're not having to just constantly like buy more potions, pick up potions, whatever. It's just as you kill stuff, your flask will regenerate. And then you can add stuff onto flask, which is where the flask system was nice. Because that was something that, like, you know, okay, I can... Should be this way. You know, I can run this flask, and so whenever I'm frozen, this will unfreeze me or whatever, you know? There's less skill slots in PoE? No, you can have an alternate, like you just like push control or whatever. And then you get all of those skill slots again, shift, whatever you want. Ow! That hurt. I don't think I have any waypoints, do I? Let's go here. I think PoE 2 will be really interesting.
Good to see you.
But yeah, eventually stuff like in PoE, the flask, you would roll like armor and all of these buffs on it. And then it just kind of became like you had to constantly just push it, otherwise you would die because everything was built around the power that you were gaining from your buffs. And Flask became less about just being Flask. You know? They just weren't potions anymore. They were so much more, so much buff. And to me, that's what I disliked. I thought if they simplified Flask back down to the more basic system, it was fantastic. They now have auto use on Flask. Yeah, but it's still just, they're still really strong, right? Like, it's just make them Flask. They have a variety of mediocre items. My best item is probably Saigon's boots. Dull rune. I do like the dual Millibregas combo, actually. Ow. He has moved the goalpost completely on his latest patch notes? No, I haven't. The only thing I said was, when I initially made a whole list of things I would like to be updated, one of the notes that I put was to allow for teleportation to dungeons with a question mark. I wasn't even certain of it at that point, but I put it as a question mark as something that I thought could potentially be a good idea. But I still thought, I'm not sure how I feel about it. And once I saw it and brought in so quickly, I thought this does start to push us more towards Diablo 3 and sitting in town rather than it going through the open world, which is something that they really tried to sell the game on. And so I felt like it didn't really live with their vision of the game like I was expecting it to. And that was a little disappointing, but I think overall it's still fine. But I think I'd rather they made the journey to a dungeon more interesting. Oh my god. Ow. If you don't want to teleport, you can walk there? Sure. But nobody's going to walk there when teleport's an option. And again, the current walk is not fun. I would rather they make the walk, the journey, a fun experience than, you know, leave it as such. But I don't think that is like the most horrible thing. That was just something that, oh my god, who healed him? When I looked at it overall, I was like, of the changes that I liked, that one is one I was the least certain about. I thought something needs to change, but it didn't really fit with their idea of it. And again, this isn't just my, like, only thought. Nobody agrees. Like, I've talked with other content creators, Diablo 3 creators, people who love Diablo 4, and many of them have said the same thing. They've gone, yeah, that change was interesting, and I like the idea, but I dislike the implementation because it pushes the game more, again, towards D3. You're just kind of doing greater riffs. I did the same for D3. No, I never liked Diablo 3. I don't think I made marks like that. Oh man, I was on my MF set that time too.
No longer darken our souls.
I think D4 definitely improved over D3 for a lot of ways. But yes, regardless, you will get to see all of my beautiful or horrible game design in Diablo 4. Or in Llama RPG. So you can see how bad I am at making games, or if I have good ideas, or anything, all right there. Well, that hurt. Oh, it's a great time for me. Not having skills on cooldowns and stuff, love it. Or a 1 second cooldown, maybe. Alright, no souls. Alright, souls. You know, Foreside, I think you really are gonna love somebody else's stream more. I think you should go hang out with like Quinn or XQC or somebody else. I just don't think this is the place that you're really going to enjoy. There's millions of streamers on Twitch. This doesn't seem like your home. And that's fine. All good. Well, you used to be fun as well, so enjoy one of those places. They think I'm like banning them for their opinions or something, but no, they're just a drain, you know. All they want to do is just drain. Just fight. Just everything. Again, there are plenty of toxic streams that love people like him.
What do you need?
Or her. Whoever it is. Oh my god, why is it always souls? Or they, them. Whoever. Oh, it's fine. That's why we just let them go enjoy somewhere else. I'm not bothered. And he can feel like he won and I'm going to be hurt that he thinks Llama RPG is going to be bad or whatever things. It's all great. Yeah, he's going to another chat and he's going to be like, I was censored by the previous streamer and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, exactly. That's fine. Did I censor him? Yeah. This is my stream. You came into my house. There's a lot of people that watch Twitch that I have no interest in having in my stream. And again, I don't believe they will get the same enjoyment being here as they will being in one of those toxic streams. I'm an old man. Get off my lawn. Exactly. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Okay, we'll go here. Oh, thanks, Chico. So this does create some issues. I actually found Hexfire. Why didn't I keep Hexfire? That would have been smart. That would have been a smart thing to do. Oh, it's gross here. It's nasty. Farmers can do Desace for you naked? What? He's that good now? No way. So I just need to level for Ancients then and get some, well, can Fire Mercenary do Ancients if I just bug him and then he'll probably walk in the frame and die, won't he? Alright. Yeah, I can't do lower resist because it's no. Huh. Alright. Alright, we gotta pause because I have to go feed Moo Girl and the baby. So we will finish this puppy up tomorrow.